What is up, folks? Welcome back to another live stream repair. Yeah. Before we get started, I'd like to introduce you all to my brand new to me trash can. Look at that. Look at that beauty. Look at this. Just look at that. I am so happy with this thing. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. I got the 12-core dual D700, 64 gigs of RAM, 1 terabyte SSD. If we take that off, we can get a look-see inside. Let me see if I can find my extra flashlight here so you guys can see it. Ooh, look at that. Will it be the new streaming computer? Probably not, because I mean, a Mac Mini stomps even the hottest ones of these trash can Mac Pros. So it would be a horribly inefficient, not to mention it doesn't support any of the modern video codecs. So it'd be chugging along, breaking a sweat doing it, while a Mac Mini would be able to do multiples of the same workload without breaking a sweat. As tempting as it is, I mean, I might try to stream off this just to see, but we're getting away with it pretty well and fine with our MacBook. So, and the MacBook's got an M2 Max. There's a, you know, if we want to use a Mac for streaming, why not use that, right? Well, anyways, I've always wanted a trash can Mac Pro, but one of the biggest reasons why I finally jumped on one was the local e-waste center had a couple for sale that they just got in, and they were asking a little too much for them, in my opinion. A lot of too much. And I tried to talk to the manager and be like, hey, can I make you an offer on one of these? And they were just immediately like, nope, I won't hear you out. Oh, you're talking about the trash can Mac Pro? Nope, I won't hear you out on any offers. And I was like, all right, good luck with that. And I pulled my phone out and went on eBay and bought the exact same spec for like $150 less than they were asking for. So I finally got my hands on one. We will give it a go later. But that is not first without, of course, knocking out a few repairs for today. We've got a Sonos amplifier with no power. This was from Gabriel, so we'll let them know that we're about to fix their stuff so they can watch. How much were they asking for it? The e-waste center was asking $350 before tax, and I got that the same spec trash can off eBay for $260 with tax and shipping included. So I only wanted to offer them like 50. I was gonna give them like $300 for the thing, and they didn't want to hear me out on any offer. So good luck to them. I'm sure someone will eventually stroll through there and happily pay that price for it. They'll get all excited seeing a trash can Mac Pro in person and drop the premium to have it right then and there. But gosh darn it, it salted me up enough that I was like, I'm gonna buy one at the price I wanted to pay for it right now. And we did. We did. It's a little expensive for, well, actually, I mean, when you think about it, for all the specs and the hardware that it has in there and the form factor, it's a decent deal. And like, you can still get a lot done. It's just not the most efficient at it. It's going to use a lot more power. And I mean, if you're comparing silicone to silicone, then it's going to be slower than any of the modern stuff. But I yesterday did not have a trash can Mac Pro, and today I have a trash can Mac Pro, and I couldn't be happier. And that's all that matters. Okay, we got Gabriel messaged. We need to shoot up a few names onto the screen. It's gonna be Nico. Nico's Steam Deck with a shell swap. And then we've got 4004 with no power. Adrian with no power. I think that's Ray. Did I write Ray on that? I can't read my handwriting. Yeah, that's Ray with no power. And then we've got Leo, no power. We've got Quack with no power. And 4146, no power. You feel like I'll use the trash can for a little bit and then put it on a shelf. Yeah, that's entirely possible. The word around the block has it that the D700 GPUs in particular can be troublesome. They have failures. I don't know about that. Everything fails, but I didn't hear about Mac Pros with GPU issues of that era. But we'll try it out, at least. We'll see. Okay, so we've got no lights, no power, no sign of life, nothing from this Sonos Amp. It's barely pulling any power from the wall even, if it is at all. One other thing, let me shoot Nico a message so they know that their Steam Deck's coming up soon. I mean, maybe I'll like the Mac Pro trash can enough that, like, more so than having to pop my laptop on the desk here and hook it up every time I want to stream. Maybe that alone will be. And maybe it won't break a sweat handling the stream setup that we do now either. And if it does, then, you know, we sure will do it. Alright, so we've got a Sonos amplifier here. We've worked on these before. One of these before. And based on what I've read online, there's an inductor on the board that likes to go bad, but most people talk about it being a symptom, not a cause. So when we tried fixing our last Sonos amp, we went into it thinking we were going to need to do more than just replace the inductor that we did find shorted. But to our surprise, it actually powered right up with just a replacement inductor. So we'll see if we get the same luck. Gosh darn, it is literally like opening a HomePod. There we go. Just needed enough to get a grip and rip it off. There we freaking go. I want to save as much of that adhesive as we can, though. Okay, what are those? Those are like T what's, eh? I don't know. T10? Where are my bits and boobobs? Oh no! My screws are everywhere. I don't know what they go to, but you put a USB hub inside your keyboard? I've been meaning to ask, like, what kind of, like, your, like an iMac? Or like an old Apple keyboard? We got 3 screws? Nope, we only got 2. The third one's stuck under that. There we go. Okay, and then it was just like, this kind of just popped out, eh? Let's get these unplugged. Yeah, look at that. I guess we fixing Sonos amps now. Because Sonos won't. Not without charging you an arm and a leg. That's okay. Got some flux residue all over the board. But based on how it looked before we took it apart, I have no reason to believe anybody's been in here. Let's get the main board in here out. I suppose we actually need to take that one off. Now we'll go ahead and take it off. This one, these will have to come out though. And we are free. Holy smokes. Found your problem. Oh, can you do you see it yet? I'll give you a hint. I'll give you a bigger hint. Wow. Well, that inductor is certainly gone. Let's go ahead and replace it. I've got our replacements here already. Wow. Toasty! Let's see what's going to be the best angle for me to get this without melting anything. I think it's going to be like this way. Okay. Will this even come off? You know what I'm going to do? Let's hit it with some low melt solder first and see if we can't help it along here. Oh, we got it off. We didn't even need our hot air. Well, we got what's left of it off. Huh. Huh. Insane. Okay. Let's clean it up. Yep. I think I got pretty lucky there. Methinks. Who has the only fries that still taste good cold? That is the question. Get out of here. Okay. we just place that right there. Yeah, I know what Marvin's referencing. Alright, well, we got that on there. She ain't the prettiest, but it's gonna work. Let's see if there's a short still there on the board. And there is. There sure is, but I am tempted to plug her in and boot her up and see what it does, because I do believe it's actually normal for these to show up like that. Let's confirm. Yes, indeed. So, just because your meter beeps at you when you check this area of the board, when you check that inductor, it is an inductor, so it's supposed to kind of show up like that. I think it's worth giving it a shot. Let's plug it in, see what else blows up. We need to reattach our heat sinks here real quick first. This one goes here. I don't know why we took the screws out for the heat sinks. We did not need to take these out. And the other heat sink goes right here. Nothing beats going to an American diner at like 1 to 3 in the morning. Especially when you're just so hungry. But you're not tired, you don't want to go to bed, you don't know what else to do. Listen, don't talk about me like that. Don't hurt my feelings. My hair's trying really hard right now, okay? It's trying its hardest. We do need to put those 2 screws in because that's what sends the power to the rest of the amp. Pretty neat design. It feels a lot like a giant Apple TV or Airport Express V2. All right. Engage safety squints. We've got power draw. We've got a power light. I'll turn the overhead off so you can see it. There you go. It's alive. And that's about the extent that we can test it as far as I know. These things are paired to an app and your Wi-Fi or network, and I do have analog speakers that we could try it if we wanted to go through the whole reset. But the last time we fixed one of these, all we needed to do was get it powering on. It was just a power supply issue. And that is very good. Awesome. 2 for 2 on these Sonos amps now. I'm starting to think that everybody's saying that. I'm just kind of questioning what people were. Well, like 2 for 2, just that inductor. Everybody else says, oh, it's not just the inductor. Not to mention nobody wants to actually give you the part number for the inductor that they use to replace it that works. Olive Garden, or good or overrated? I haven't eaten there very much, so I can't give much of an informed opinion. But the breadsticks are really freaking good, man. Like, you cannot deny a good breadstick. Cool. The final touch. Actually, this right here is the final touch. Gabriel, you're good to go. The last one of these we fixed, it was the exact same thing. Just needed the inductor replaced. Wasn't able to test it, but there were no issues when they got it back, so we'll probably do the same thing. I don't want to reset it and make them have to go through all of that again. I'm happy to just send it back to them. And if there are other issues, I'm really not expecting it. The power supply is so isolated from the rest of the amp that it would be really, more than likely it would have had an issue before the power issue if there are other issues. But we'll see. Maybe they want us to reset it and hook up some speakers and make sure. I'm happy to do so. But for now, we're gonna move on. We did the job, it's powering on now. Let's get Nico and their Steam Deck shell swapped. Shell swap. The swap. Let me grab a beverage. That orange cream Coca-Cola slaps. So, a verbal altercation about toast. Children, please. We're going to want to put those into that Sonos Amp before we send it back to... we'll stick them here for now. Let's get the rest of our goodies out. Let's see, they gave us some... I always like to use some of the stuff they include, but not all of it. Manual. Here. Excuse you. We've done enough of these at this point. We're getting kind of proficient at it. I don't want to say we're fast at it. I'll say we're fast at it when we can do one in under an hour. But let's see how much chat can distract me with this one. All around the country and coast to coast. People always say, what do you love most? Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. I don't want to brag. I don't want to boast. I always tell them I like toast. Yeah, toast. I get up in the morning about 6 a.m. Grab a little jelly, grab a little jam. Someone's been in here. Come on. Thank you. Oh gosh, if it's chat not distracting me, I distract myself. Okay. Has someone been in here? Somebody definitely took the back case off at one point. But I digress. Let's move on. I'm going to relieve the joysticks first. And then we're going to get to the battery. You got an iPad Air 2 for $6? Stefan, what the... Stefan. I miss my iPad Air 2. What color? Oh, 16 gig Touch ID, dead Touch ID, and cracked screen. Dang. Okay. Well, still, an iPad Air 2 for $6 is an iPad Air 2 for $6. But an iPad Air 2 for $6 going to Stefan. Play the funeral music. Okay, the battery is disconnected. We are safe to start unplugging things. A doobity doo, doobity boop, ba da ba ba ba. Space Gray Cellular. Give a share plate a mini. No, kids sleeping. Give me a mini. Get back here. I like to use the original screws. I don't like the screws that come with the kit. I don't know. The screws that the original screws just feel nicer. Is anybody going to talk to me about what we're working on, or are you guys just going to talk about bread and cake and toast in the chat? Are you guys getting sick of all the Steam Decks? Is that what it is? And pretzels. Okay, sorry. Stefan, what's your favorite bread? What's your favorite bread product? Would you say it's pancakes? Because of those pancakes you made the other day. I mean, you making your own pancakes, frankly, that's, I think, more effort than I've ever put into making my own food. I'm not sure. Okay. Mm-hmm. I don't like sourdough bread. It's awful. And it sucks too, because there's some stuff out there that uses like a sourdough bread for, but I just can't. It just tastes, sour. It just tastes like it doesn't, my bread shouldn't taste like that. And my body's like, you should stop eating this. Even though it's perfectly fine. We're getting there. Pop. Let's see, can we get away with pulling this out now? I do believe BV. What is up? I wouldn't say we forgot about you, but I will say that our hopes were crushed because I tried to power it on with an external source. And did you not? I shot you gosh darn it, I'll make sure that I shot you an email update. But in any case, I did try to power it on externally. It wasn't taking it. So it doesn't seem like it's going to be as easy as just a new battery. My guess is the sweat did its damage. But it is it's unfortunately might not be, probably not fixable, actually, I should say. It's not gonna be able to. Come on out. There we go. We can get the display disconnected and put our board to the side. Aside from the slight depression from not being able to do nothing about the fuel band, we're doing all right here. We're pretty freaking busy with all the HomePods, you know. But we're just trying to catch up on all the not HomePods today before we jump back into them. Hey, Stefan, Instagram doesn't know any better. Alright, I think the next step, right, is taking the screen out now that everything else, almost everything else, we still got the speakers and the triggers here, but we'll work on the screen next because that's the most difficult part of all this. We'll start with a little bit of booze. And then we're going to use these picks they've so kindly provided for these kits. What state do I recommend you move to? I don't know. I think it depends on your priorities and what you want. Because there's federal laws and then there's state laws. So like things that are up to each state versus the whole federal government. And it's all a clusterfuck right now. Who knows where it's going to be in a few years. Yeah, Shuffle Hands lives in Idaho. It's a beautiful state. Very nice, lovely people there. Their politics are just all ate to shit, as I was, as they would put it in the military. It's not as oh, Marvin, you're German. You're literally German. You can't say that. These suck. But we'll make it work. The man's literally shutting down PBS. I'm salty, dude. No more Sesame Street. No more freaking... my PBS, bro. Now my kid's stuck with an iPad and YouTube Kids and the Debillions and freaking Cocomelon. What's PBS? Public Broadcast Service. They used to have a whole, well, they still do, have a whole bunch of, yeah, I mean, it was a publicly funded freaking, like, science and education channel. It's one of my favorite channels to watch as a kid. And they had PBS Kids with all the kids stuff. And they have YouTube channels and so it's not just you don't have an antenna connected to your TV. I don't think anyone does. Marvin, that's absolutely not true. Stopping propaganda in schools. He's literally... I'm disappointed in you because you, as a German, should be very well familiar with how fascist leaders tore their countries apart. And here you are practically praising the man. I am, like, sincerely, genuinely disappointed if you're not joking here. Stefan, that's what I started this stream with, was my trash can Mac Pro. I'm disappointed in you. Ignoring the stream as usual. Gosh. What's the point of streaming if you guys aren't going to watch what I'm doing? Shave the hair. Shave the hair. Maybe one day. But for now, I'm just appreciating what I got. I look like I escaped a mental asylum. Have you been hanging out with us? We clearly actually have. And there we go. You thought you were going to get me all flustered up and make me break this screen trying to get it off. Bringing up politics while I'm trying to remove an OLED screen off a Steam Deck. How dare you? How dare you? Y'all know how I feel about politics around here. I don't like them. I don't like to talk about them. I don't like people bringing them up. There's enough non-political things to fix in the world. That we're worried about here on this bench. Damn it. I'm gonna get all this old nasty adhesive off of this screen. Did an excellent job taking it off too. I must say. Which one of yous was it that emailed me asking for like 12 logic boards? Like literally the same day that I update my website to say that I'm not selling logic boards anymore. Which one of you goofballs was that? Oh, excuse me. You've been told by Germans that you sound British. I mean, if I'm trying to remember how you sound when we've spoken in Discord, I could see it, I guess. I mean, I'm not German, so I don't know, but like, you definitely don't have a thick German accent, so I could see how a German fella with a thick accent would hear yours as more British, I guess. Stefan, no. Stefan needs help. Well, if gosh darn cleaning this adhesive doesn't take longer than taking this screen off, huh? Yeah, get YouTube Premium. Like, YouTube Premium, I think, is one of the only subscription services actually worth paying for, because instead of you having to watch an ad, good pick. Here we go. Instead of you having to watch an ad, you don't have to watch any ads. And that, some of that premium that you pay for every month goes to us instead of the ad revenue that we get from you watching those ads. You get no ads, I still get paid. When you watch, it's a win-win. The Lego Batman, or the Lego movie as an ad. That's bold. I wonder what kind of ad revenue someone would get out of that. Marvin did YouTube? There's always someone out there to watch you. It don't matter what you're doing. Someone will watch it. Yes, peel up in one piece. Oh, no. Fuck. Nah. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Ooh, ooh. Oh, that's gonna save us so much time. Oh, beautiful. Just this little piece in the corner, and we're done on this half. Oh, yes. Okay. We're getting through it. It's mostly downhill from here. Let's get our frame out of here. Okay. Yes. Do we have to? Let's see what we do. Wow, you're really hanging on there, aren't you? It was just the adhesive for that one microphone holding us up. Crazy. Alright, there's a few more things we need to take out of here. You think the 17 is going to have Touch ID in the power button? Oh, but you know it won't. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's that big if true. Alright, so the only things that they wanted to keep original were the D-pad and the ABXY buttons. Everything else they wanted switched over. So we're going to keep the rubber bits for those. Everything else is... oh, nope, we keep that in there. Everything else is... we can discard that. And... gosh, okay. We need to do our track pads really quick. These are everyone's favorite part. Because you gotta literally break these plastic rivets. You know what I think I have that will help with this? Never mind. What about me knife? You hate the keynotes now. Oh, I'm 100% confirmed neurodivergent. I was diagnosed with ADHD as a kid, and my mom stopped. To paraphrase, she did not want to take any further diagnosis because she didn't want me to get like a full-on autism diagnosis or whatever. Which, at the time, autism was autism, and there was a huge stigma around it, so if you don't get diagnosed for it, you don't have it, right? Asperger's or something like that, I don't know. But at the very least, I am confirmed. I have a diagnosis for ADHD, like legit ADHD, not freaking mom put me on meds because she needed a way to calm me down, not me going on meds because I wanted to abuse them in college or anything crazy like that. I think I was like 1st or 2nd grade, and the teachers and the doctors just kept saying like, yo, the symptoms, you gotta medicate this kid. No, our government thinks it's the Tylenol. Our government says it was Tylenol that gave us all autism. I took Concerta for 1st or 2nd grade all the way until I was like 17. My heart would just keep palpitating, so I stopped. Ram Ranch really rocks. Alright, there should be some super tiny screws and they're everywhere now. That's okay, they give us plenty at least. Okay, first one going back together. How does this go? Like this. Oh, there's only one way it'll go in there. Cool. I don't know if I'm that much older than Marvin. All right, one of two. Yeah, Marvin and I are closer in age than I think anyone else in the chat. Oh, dude, it's just the cutest thing when the kid pretends to be old. She'll, like, walk around all hunched over. You don't like it. I lost my hair when I was Stefan's age. It's not an age thing for me. So my chances of it coming back are great. Far better than your chances of keeping your hair by the time you hit my age. She's imitating her dad. Get out of here. You know what? Square up. Square up. I'll show you who's old. I'll show you, old man. You've got my business address. Just let me know when you're on the way. And come on. Come on. Haha. All right. 4, 5. Well, I'll tell you, we didn't have to wait for the emergency room back then. I'll say that. And we didn't have to go to school either. We've got 2 transformed trackpads. It's all easy stuff from here. Let's start by doing what we quite often forget until the very end. With our, not this grill, but this grill. I saw the Statue of Liberty when it was still copper colored. Yeah. Oh, we're not going to talk about the first Thanksgiving. We need not talk about the first Thanksgiving. Where are my grills at? Where are my grills at? There we go. I was like, that's not fitting. Okay, there's a little clear piece of plastic in here that's supposed to diffuse the LED for the power indicator. Let's get that stuck in there. I always forget these until we've got it all the way together for some reason. Marvin, you can't make the jokes. Our beds are literally right next to each other in the nursing home. You're right there with me, buddy. You look young and fresh. Yeah, for another 6 months. How old am I? I don't know, I lost track. I can't remember. You know what, Stefan? I stopped counting when your mom stopped telling me happy birthday. How about that? How about that? Back in my day. Well, that's as good and clean as good and clean will get it. We'll stick this here. No, not yet. A few more things. We got thingies for the volume. We can't forget our volume thingies. Which way do it go? Up or down? It goes this way. Boobie-doo-ba, doobie-doo-ba, ba, doo-ba-doo-ba, boobie-doo-ba, ba. Let me make sure those are right. No. Let's see, the positive, the plus is on the left, minus is on the right. Okay, that's oriented correctly. Hour and a half in, still no HomePods in sight. Whose fault is that, Stefan? We need ourselves a power button. Here it is. Okay. Now we can put this in. Oh, so carefully. Why are you not cooperating? Oh, I guess you just gotta send it. Okay. It has been sent. Very nice. What's the stubby little knife? This is my fat PP. It's called a fat PP. You can look up fat PP and buy one. If you can find one. I've got all the fat PPs. I keep losing them. But at least everywhere I go, I've got a fat PP to spare. Don't get me started. I did. It was a very brief stint. Gosh, if only you watched my live streams, you would know the lore behind Nick at Nintendo. I fully expect you to tune in to every minute of every hour of every one of our live streams. But if you don't, you miss little nuggets of Nick. Don't you want your Nick nuggets? Let's see, what should we put in next? I think we should slap that screen in here. Is that baby chill? What's up, child?
Hello. Hello. Oh, no.
Yeah, that's see, Marvin, I told you, we've got the same bed, or we've got the same bed. We've got beds next to each other in the same room at the same nursing home, brother. I'll see you tonight. Baby chill. Babies. How is my sweet child? Are you ready to cause a ruckus? Are you ready to grief the rest of my stream? Are you gonna grief me, kid? You gonna give me grief? You're gonna be a good little baby till mom gets home. Wait till mom gets home and then be bad. No, I'm not letting you share play. Have you seen the time? Have you noticed how far behind we are? Goodness. promise to play child-safe songs. I don't know about that stuff. I think all 7 of our viewers right now are thoroughly enjoying the lack of your sonic shenanigans. Red sun in the sky. Oh, shuffle hands, you guys are getting all the nasty weather from the wildfires too, eh? It's awful over here. Cars are all covered in ash. The air is awful. Okay. Okay. Can you say okay? What do you want? What are you whining about? You starting this up already? Oh, hold on, you gotta wait. You're gonna have to wait. You know how to use it. What the heck? Yeah, look at you. You know exactly how to use it. Uber. Pork chops. I'm not a huge pork fan personally. I'm way more into every other meat, but pork, I like bacon. I like Canadian bacon. And oh, that's about it. I can tolerate ham for Thanksgiving. I can certainly tolerate my wife's ham when she makes it. Oh, so good. All right. What? Here, your buddies. Here. This is gonna be a rough stream. What can I get you? Do you cook it with Coca-Cola, Kurt? You have to. You have to hit it with some Coca-Cola. It's not a Christmas ham without Coca-Cola in it. Okay. Moving along. We're getting there. Let's see. Those two, so we want to screw those two. And that one. Recommendation for a Steam Deck case brand? Yeah, I do think D-Brand makes them. I'm not aware of anybody else. Your take would be better than mine. I mean, I mark this stream as for mature audiences only, but people pop in with people want to pop it on their family TV and bring their kids in to watch with them, which I'm perfectly fine with. But it is nice to know if people plan on bringing their kids in, so we can watch ourselves a little bit. You guys in particular, you guys are heinous. What shell is best? I personally like the extreme rate shells a lot more than the other brand that's out there, but they're both really close to each other. You're not gonna be disappointed really with either one. What really, each brand kind of sometimes has different ones that they don't both sell, So take a look at both of them and see which one has a shell that you like, that looks better, in my opinion. But by a very slim margin, the extreme rate shells tended to put together a little nicer than the other brand out there. Okay, so those go there, those go there. D-pad. Hey! Where are you? You want what now? You want yummy? You want M&M's? You want chips? Here you go. Chips. You like chips? I like chips. Chips are yummy.
Yes.
Can you say so yummy? Did I have no idea. Okay, all right. 60 FPS on a 2012 Mac Mini, dang. All right. That is a. How much did they want for the cinema display? The cinnamon display. $70, and was it a 30-inch? Or was it a 24-inch? Hard to tell by the pictures. Yeah, 30 is noticeably large in person. Alright, we're going speed mode with this. Here we go. Yeah. Now we're cooking with Crisco. Oh shoot. I need to... There is one more button right under here. She's fucking pooping. My son. No, we can share play when people aren't trying to watch their stuff get fixed. If we're trying to fix my own stuff, we can share play. How about that? But I don't think people appreciate listening to your music while we're fixing their stuff. Especially your music, Steph. Not like people want to listen to my robot music any better. Nope. No. No. No, and asking over and over again is not going to get what you want. You need a new butt.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, learn how to change yourself.
Yeah, good. Mouse. You big. Best.
Yeah, is Daddy covering his face because you're nasty, stinky cookies?
Yeah, it's so big. Hello, okay. You cover me? Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh my God. I'm so funny. Oh no! I don't know. Can
Here you go. We got one big screw and two little screws left. We got two big screws. I know where they go. They go down here. And the little ones go on this gosh darn cover. We're done. Almost. We're very close to done. There's just a few more small steps we gotta take. So that one and that one, we don't want to put a screw in here, but we do want to screw here and here. And then, oh, we're very close. We're very close. Fret not. Okay, that's cool. Thanks for making the screws not magnetic, you nerds. I gotta say, dickheads. Oh, where is my... Yeah, do I want to dig that out for 3 more screws? I don't think so. Oh, that one's magnetic. Cool. living for?
Oh no, I did.
All right. No. Stefan, what are you doing? What are you doing? There better be something about HomePods. And we're freaking done, folks. Let's do a quick sanity check that everything is plugged in. We aren't missing any screws. Oh, we did forget one connection over here for the track pads. There we go. I don't like how that didn't snap together. It's more of a crunch together than a snap together, but it's that's together. That's the way that they intended it. Boot it up. I'm gonna go grab another bevy. Here we go. Booting up now. Let's go ahead and put the last of the screws in while we wait. Okay, that's what I thought. They were missing a screw for their back case. Someone has been in here. Do they give us any spares for the right? Oh, they do. Look at that. I knew I wasn't crazy. I thought as soon as we started to take this apart that they were missing a screw for the back shell, but then I miscounted them. Yeah. Well, no matter. There we go. Let's do a quick... Oh, there is... Yeah. We forgot one thing. We did forget one thing. This is why we check. The board for the volume controls is not plugged in, so it's not changing the volume. At least it is easy to get to. Just 2 more screws. And we can get this out of the way. Plug that in. Okay. Audio board is plugged back in. For the last time, we'll put these screws back in. We'll get this back together. We'll test it. All will be well and fine and dandy. Bless you. Where's the controller? Begin test. All right. Test complete. D-pad and ABXY original, everything else swapped over. D-pad, ABXY, everything else swapped over. We're set. We are set. Alright, let's clean up and fix some frickin' HomePods. Alright. Alright. Is that all of the Steam Deck stuff? I think so. Oh, got a trackpad here. Alright, so we're going to start with an interesting one. I think someone's tried fixing this one before. What do you want? I'm not going to try powering this on first because... Oh, we don't want to forget their... Haha. Their 1 terabyte micro SD card. Alright. We're just going to jump into this and see who did what and how, and if there are any suspects that are jumping out at us. Given that someone's already worked on it, I don't want to plug it in and cause more damage. Oh boy. Oh boy. You, did a number on it. I can't even get that screw out. Oh, lucky. Lucky, lucky. I'm gonna replace those. Those are garbage. I might replace this whole display too. We'll see if it still works. Do I sit or stand while fixing these? Ever since we moved into the living room, I've been standing. Unless we're, like, when we're... Child! Whatever. If we're zoomed in up close doing board repair, I sit down. Goodness, but I'm standing for everything else. Oh, is this as far as they took it? Did they just not take it apart anymore? She's playing with her piano. Yikes, that stung. Okay. Alright, considering they didn't take it all the way apart, I have no reason to believe that their power issue is not the usual. A dead diode on the amp. Whoa! Wiggly wobbly. Let's zoom in. And get this fixed. We're going to start with the usual maintenance. A new set of DC filters to keep the death parts away and prevent this fella from having to send this back to us for a stinky subwoofer down the road. Perfect. And a 36K dated Schottky diode. So that means that's not their problem. Maybe they don't even have a power problem. Let's go ahead and power this all up in pieces. Mountains. Those are the mountains. 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 I found their problem. No. 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 Behave. Thank you. So the problem on our display board, there is some damage to the connector here. There's even a pin coming out. I mean, that's just a ground pin, but still, with a broken connector here, it won't make a good connection, if any. That display board will need to be replaced, but I've got another one right here, thankfully. So let's power this all up and see if there's anything else. Oh yeah, there's even some damage on the ribbon cable here indicating that they tried turning it on with it damaged. And we've seen this before, but if we look at the logic board, what often happens is this resistor right here gets blown up when there's a physical connection problem to the display. Let's get that replaced as well. And that might actually be all this needs. Tell you a story. What do you want, BC or AD? And of course one of the pads came off. You want a bottle? What do you say? What do you say? Hey! Hey, what do you say? Okay. Gosh darn, you're gonna learn to do this, kid. Does this baby want him, Papa?
Bye-bye.
Okay. So one of the pads for that resistor, of course, burned out. We're going to have to run a jumper wire. of course, I can't even see which of the two pads. Yeah, the other one, okay. Here's what we gotta do. Where's me knife? Goes from there to there. Guess I'm replacing this ribbon cable too, dang it. Got a lot going on here. For what it was. Come on. Alright, frickin' get this out of here. So I can see what I'm doing. What? No, you can't have that. No. It's a power cord, it's not a toy.
Is that good?
No.
Is that good?
No. Here. Take your M&Ms and be a good little baby. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make a bigger one. Because I'm tired of fiddling with the little one. There we go, like that. Yeah. Suck it. Alright, I should have done that from the beginning. Yeah, that's on there both ways. Okay. Now we can now we can try her out. Excuse you, Chell. Watch it have like blinking volume buttons, and that's why they took it apart and caused all this physical damage in the first place. Nah, still no power. Well, at least they're not crazy. Where is my thermal camera? Let's see if there's another short somewhere on the logic board. Or if maybe our workaround isn't working around. Yeah, I don't think. Oh, okay. Oh, well, there's that one's gone now too. Let's figure this out. I don't think this one's gonna be fixable, folks. Just because it needs a new logic board, and there's more than a dozen people waiting for logic boards. What's wrong? What's wrong? You're okay. Yeah, unless we can figure out where that goes. I don't know what your problem is, kid. You're gonna have to tell me what you want. There we have another chance. We have another shot. If we run... Oh, but see, that already runs there. And there. Here's what we're gonna do. What if we... What if... I'm gonna have to tap out on this one. This one's a no fix. Unless they want to wait a few weeks for a replacement logic board and pay for it. That sucks. But, I mean, I can't just give them another logic board right now. There's, like I said, more than a dozen people waiting for their HomePods to get fixed for the same issue. Needs a new logic board. It's, that sucks. Whoever goofed this up, unfortunately what happened was they connected the ribbon cable for the display, or the connector for the ribbon cable on the display was broken. So when they plugged it all back in and tried turning it on, it fried a resistor on the logic board so bad that the pads for that resistor were gone, and we can't find where they go on the board to even run more trace wire. But I tried, I even tried scratching around, trying to scratch up some of the traces, and just even some of the traces were too far gone. It must have been plugged in and left plugged in for a good minute with this problem. And that's not even, we don't even know why they originally took it apart. Why did they let's see. Not able to factory reset. So they took it apart because it wouldn't reset. And then all this extra stuff happened as a result. Okay. Alright. Well, we will let them know. I can't spend any more time on it. We've spent way too long on everything else, and then way too long on this one. But we will briefly put this back together. They can't all be winners. I can't fix them all. Very sad. There's especially seeing the SK Hynix storage chip on here. I mean, just my gut. I feel like I've seen more hardware bricked logic boards with Toshiba chips, and the SK Hynix boards tend to, if they are bricks, they're just software issues. So, for all we know, it was just a software issue, and taking it apart wasn't really going to help fix anything. But we won't know. The logic board is kaput. It is gone. I can't fix it, so we'll never be able to find that out. I am now sad. I am sad, so I'm gonna eat a sour gummy worm. Or 2. Or 3. Or the rest of the bag. You want a gummy worm? Well, I mean, we can fix it, but it'll just take a little more time, money, and parts than we don't got right now. Balls. Yeah, that right there is the start of it all. And with that lock not being fully functional, the ribbon cable can easily become misaligned. And if you power it up with it misaligned, you will fry stuff. You could, funny enough, you could plug the cable in totally upside down and everything would be just fine once you flip it back around and plug it in the right way. Because the ribbon cables only have pins on one side, but with it being misaligned versus upside down, no chance. You want a worm? Nope. Okay. No. Knock it off. Thank you. I just gotta plop her down on the couch and she'll behave. Where's the chat? It's like it's like everyone died at the same time and then Nixon and Shufflehands came in for a second. Are y'all still there? Did I bore you to death? $4119. Is that funny? Yeah. Shufflehands is still here. I wonder if Stefan fell asleep. Okay. Something we can fix, maybe? Yes? No lights, no power? Oh. We need to bring that other HomePod back really quick. I am an idiot. I'm an idiot. I cannot believe myself right now. my power cord wasn't plugged in. So here's what I think. I think we can still save it. There's a shot. There's a slim chance here. But I'm not going to give it more than another couple of minutes here. Yep, the power cord wasn't plugged in the whole time. So, for all I know, the workaround that I put onto this board worked. And my dinged butt said, oh, well, I don't know. Still seems kind of broken. Not powering on. Well, because the power cord wasn't plugged in. Why was the power cord unplugged? Who and how and why? Ghosts. I don't know. Alright, how's that? Huh. Well, it's good enough to see if the darn thing works. Yeah, some... Make sure we don't got any other stupid mistakes. If this works. I don't even care if this is a hardware bricked logic board anymore. I just want the thing to turn on. I just want the thing to hoot and holler. Alright, our power cable is actually plugged in. And we've got power. Yes! Yeah! Is this... Alright, so we're back to... I believe this is probably what it was doing before everything else went down. So now, let's try a software restore. This is for all the marbles. If the software on this can restore, I'll be so happy. If this isn't a hardware brick, that'll be one heck of a repair. Seems like someone tried taking this off. I don't know if they actually managed, but it certainly seems like someone tried. Someone tried anything. Alright, this will be the fix of the month if this thing software restores. One in a million. Okay, so not a good sign. We don't even have USB. So the hardware, or the logic board, is probably still borked, but yeah, my cable's making perfect contact. Last shot for all the marbles. Nah, it's not got, it doesn't have any life on that USB. The wireless chip's getting really hot. I think that most likely she's cooked. She's cooked. Needs new logic board. Get in line. Can't say we didn't try everything and more though. Nice breakthrough with the power cord, but doesn't help if the logic board's still kaputs and we can't even try a software restore. Dang it. Dang darn. Well, I am happy. I said I would be happy, and I am happy that it at least turns on. But, alright. On to the next one. Adrian. No lights, no power. A couple of watts from the wall tells us it is a very predictable dead diode on the amplifier board. Let's get this out of the way. There we go. Very nice. some water. Want some water? Here. Water. We're gonna try to speed run the rest of these here because we gotta make up for some seriously sore time there. We can get the rest of these fixed in, well, less than 2 hours if we hustle here. But that's being idealistic. That kid's gonna torture us. The magic 8-ball is gonna start flying across the room. I know it. Oh, my wife threw out the idea of pulling an all-nighter tonight. She was like, hey, do you want to fix a bunch of HomePods and stay up with me while I do my nails? And I was like, I got like 15 or 20 HomePods I still have to fix, so heck yeah. So yeah, hopefully we'll be back again late tonight. I have no idea when, but it'll be super late. It'll be a darn near all-nighter. You're making a mess. We're gonna fix something today. If it's the end of me. Very nice. And now for our dead diode, causing no power. one down, a few more to go.
I'm having trouble connecting to the internet.
Very nice. Hey, next it's Ray with no power. Y'all know the issue. If you've watched us, you know the fix. No lights, no power, a couple of watts at the wall, nothing else. Let's dig in. Why do they do this with this stupid thread locker? This is bullshit, man. It's the screws aren't gonna go anywhere. Why do they need to super glue the suckers in? Alright. Entirely unnecessary Apple jackwagons. And it's like, if you thought the screws were going to go anywhere, why didn't you do this to any of the other screws? Also, the fact that the power supply screws are like this long, why, won't stop me. Might piss me off here and there, but it won't stop me.
I'm having trouble connecting to the...
We're gonna keep it rolling, folks. Leo, no power. No lights, no nothing. A couple of watts from the wall. It's gonna be the exact same drill. Let's see if we can speed it up even more. It's about time for me to buy a second one of these screwdrivers just to be able to take out twice as many screws with double fisting. Let's go. I'll worry about that though when I'm not wasting an hour of my time messing around with someone's HomePod thinking it has no power, when in reality I didn't have the power cord plugged in the whole time. My body is a machine. that turns broken HomePods into slightly less broken HomePods without factory defects. No.
Popcorn?
No.
Popcorn?
No.
Popcorn?
No, we're not. We don't have any. I'm so sorry. I mean, crying about it won't change anything. No, no popcorn. What are you doing? You want a worm? You want a worm? Worm. You want some water? Whoa. Mark, welcome back. I'll have to look into it and let you know after the stream. You'll have to hang tight there. Oh, no. I remember yours now. I remember yours. It updated. I'll have to double check. I think it updated without a problem. And it's technically been running fine since. But I'm happy to give it another week if you wanna. I still kind of want to lean towards replacing the logic board in it anyways, just because generally once it starts blinking, it's not gonna unblink itself unless it's an intermittent hardware issue. But at the same time, I don't have any more logic boards even if I wanted to replace the one in yours, so you'd be waiting either way. Really, it's just plugged in and been testing, but no issues. No issues since we got it flashed with the latest. I even let it play music for, gosh, like 2 or 3 days, about 2 days straight.
I'm having trouble connecting to the internet.
Oh, this one's gonna need a new amp. I can hear the subwoofer making a fuzzy sound when I plug it in, even though it's got no power. This one's absolutely screwed. Yes, of course, Leo. We gotta be quick with it with how many are hanging out here waiting for us. But not too quick. No. No. What do you say? You need to learn to start with that, kid. Wait. You are something else. Enjoy your ice, kid. What is she gonna do with it? Find some way to make a mess with it. Yep, there she goes. Yeah, I'll let you know what the game plan is with yours. Once I have a moment to breathe. Literally, I literally don't have time to keep up with everybody. It's a matter of, as my boss at the day job puts it, whoever's yelling the loudest at this point. I've given up on trying to keep up. I just have to let some people, like, go a few days before I can get back to them. Don't get me started about all my emails. I don't want to look at my emails this weekend. But you take a weekend off and people get upset, so what can you do? That's just running a business. And I mean, I can't blame them. We're literally streaming on a Saturday. Reasonable to think that I'd be open if I'm doing such a thing. Huh. So the subwoofer is still good. And you might be wondering, Nick, why are you surprised that the subwoofer is still good? This is a HomePod with no power, right? Well, yes it is. But I mentioned when we first plugged this in before we started taking it apart that it was making a bit of a noise whenever we plugged it in and unplugged it, and said it was going to need a new amp at the very least. Here's why. Ooh, that's a lot of damage. That should not look like that. That should not have a giant hole. That has like 3 or 4 holes in it. This is good for parts. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to ding them for a replacement amplifier board. Or did I say logic board? Did I say I'm dinging them for a logic board? I'm dinging them for an amplifier board. All the same. Alright, we're not just gonna slap another working logic board in there. we're gonna do this proper. We're gonna refurbish this guy real quick. You know, give him all the good stuff that any other amp would get if it was gonna get fixed here with us. We'll start with a new set of DC filters to prevent death farts, and possibly what blew up that their amplifier. That is, I think that's probably the most damage I've seen to that amp chip yet. And a new Schottky diode to prevent no power, because that one does have the date code that we often see failing. We don't want to get this coming back to us for it. What happened?
We are.
Are you spinning my chair?
Oh no.
There we go.
I'm having trouble connecting to.
Alright, kind of strange. That's the second one in the past month that we've had come in where no power, but it ended up not being the cheap, quick, sweet, and easy fix with the dead diode on the amp. It ended up being a completely blown out amp, needing a whole replacement board. Suspicious, but I'll look at it as a coincidence for now. Let's get this one knocked out. I see a tiny little chip on the top here, so I don't want to make that crack any worse. Try to keep the tool as level with the top as you can.
What happened?
What happened?
Not help.
And don't let the kid bump into you while you're
Boom.
pulling it up.
Oh no.
Perfect.
Where are you? Yay! You're back.
You want to take a bath?
No, no.
Another one. Not having it, Tim. You can eat it. I'm gonna have to pay a visit to the manufacturer and show them the difference between the bottles of super glue and the bottles of thread locker, apparently. I'm gonna beat the joke to death. They can't tell the difference between the two. How did you get that to work? How did you get that to work? I've been trying to get that to work for a month. And it just turns on for you? Yeah, you're my kid, alright. Kid, you're really something else. Like, I took it apart, I cleaned the battery contacts, I fiddled with all the buttons and switches. I could not get that piano to turn on. And then here comes the kid, stomps on it a few times, and then flips on the power switch and off she goes. And I know she's my kid because half the things that people bring to me, well, except for the HomePods. The HomePods tend to be pretty obviously broken, but half the things that people end up bringing to me at work that are broken end up not actually being broken, it's just a user error. Or it'll just magically, like whatever problem actually exists, it'll just fix itself by the time it gets to me. Shuffle hands, we don't talk about pay in the workplace. You have a headache, tell me about it. Actually, I feel fine. You drinking enough water? Make sure you drink enough water. Most people don't need to drink a full 8 fluid ounces a day, but make sure you stay hydrated. Could also be all the smoke in the air messing with you too. Shuffle hands, I think you dipped earlier before I mentioned that we might be having another stream later tonight. It might be a super late all-nighter with a bunch of HomePods. The wife dropped the idea that she wanted to stay up all night and do her nails, and I said, well, if you do that, I'll stay up all night and fix HomePods with you. So there's the kid taking requests. Nah, she's my kid for sure. She does not take requests. She's a her music or nothing kind of gal. She'll make a great DJ one day. Yeah, don't pay her too much for it though. She is using virtual DJ. Or what is it called now? DJ Pro? Is that what it's? I can't remember. It's been years. Your school's homecoming theme is Rome. Yeah, toga. 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 Folks, that is it. I hate to rip and dip, but I do want to spend a few minutes with my kid without, my back being turned to her. You've been good though. You did good, kid. We streamed for 5 hours. You woke up, 2 hours into it? You gave us a good solid 3 hours with minimal interruption. You weren't too bad. Goodness, Stefan misbehaved more than you did today.
I'm having trouble connecting to the internet.
Darn kids. Folks, I hope you all enjoyed this live stream repair, and I hope to catch you in the next one very soon. Goodbye.